How you doing? So it looks like they're trying to hold the 75 support for now. Remember, if it fails or if NQ sells off, we're probably going to slip back down towards like 650, where the next kind of major support is. There's a big condor that came in. So someone's looking to crush realized vol at looks like sold calls 75, bought at 80, sold puts at 20, bought at 15. Which would put the midpoint right around like 45, um, 40. But there is still a synthetic long at 60-50, so that'll be supportive above, bearish below. We'll see if the condor that came in here gets breached to the upside significantly. So above the bot
Someone said
calls.
their pickle in my jar. Is it just bear copium to think we're in the return to normal phase on SPX of that famous psychology of a market cycle chart right before fear and capitulation? Literally all hangs on Japan. 3.
A lot of it hangs on Japan. Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, we could be. I mean, there's definitely a lot of like, oh, everything's going to be fine now, but Trump's not really changing the macro dynamic in any significant way. And so far, he's only ever announced plans to change it for the worse. So, yeah, I kind of agree. Um, it's always hard to tell exactly when that moment is. But it's usually around, what is it that Buffett says? Bull markets are like sex. They feel best right before the end. That moment's been the last 3 years. No, that was just gooning. That's the problem, is you've all gooned so hard that you don't remember what it feels like to actually not. Can't stop, won't stop. When did Buffett get so graphic in his speeches? I think sometime in like the early 90s he was trying to be pretty cool. So I closed the oh, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to start, well, I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking about maybe starting up a new thing, very experimental. Because for some reason, over 2 years, you guys have been unable to grasp these. It needs to do the fucking year. You know what year it is. You said if the condor is breached to the upside before the Ko-Fi came in, if it's significantly breached to the upside or holds, then it can be super bullish because it starts to push the spread in the money. But if the spread is lost, it's bearish. Yes, I'm so bad at straddles. No problem. How does the condor make profit? Sideways trading. Yeah, it expects the market to close somewhere between 60-20 and 60-75 by the end of the day. It also, and the size of it, very specifically, crushes realized volatility. That's why they're put there, not to make money. I like that. Was that just an overnight straddle? Yeah, it was. It would have been well, it was a strangle, but it would have been a straddle. Had it, had close been a little bit more favorable to me legging into it. What was the buy price on that? It was, hold on. Orders filled, not today. History. Custom. Just need fucking yesterday. Ah, there it is. 1360, 1420. Sold for, so filled at 1420, sold for 3270. For 1360. Don't have a sell price on it yet. P&L at the end. Okay. Well, I can copy and paste that each day. That's a terrible fucking color, isn't it? Yellow? Is that better? Oh, maybe. Better than green. Yeah. Let's try that. Terrible. Uh, yeah, the yellow was better, right? I don't think this font's very good. Where's fucking Times New Roman? But they don't have it. This doesn't work at all. Comic Sans for the Dans. There we go. That's better. So let's pop open option strat. We'll take a look at this real quick. So this was closed this morning. What was the price? 3270. Oops. Hold on. Fuck that up. Son of a bitch. This is 20. This is 60. All right, so we close this. Sell to close. 32.70. Okay, so now, if we look to the downside, I'm going to be fairly break even, unless we fall back below, well, so I'm profitable to the downside. Let's see. Probably don't want to carry that past like 2 p.m. See where the profitability starts to go down. But I could pick up another like $1,000 on a test at like 50 or so. As long as it happens before 2 o'clock. I think I might do these not on SPX though from now on. I think maybe the rest of them we'll do on NQ's pushing shit up. 80 strikes in the money now. That's not good. There's a bit of bot puts at 60.90, more bot puts at 6,100. Everything to the upside of here, which was our pretty close to our high from earlier this morning, is sold calls. There's no bullish positioning to the upside. Those should act as resistance. So this could be an opportunity to, well, I don't think I want to do that because am I day trade limited on here? Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait on that. What's AGL doing? Struggling to get up. Oh, the 350 call repriced a little bit. 360 is the next major resistance. I did break it in the overnight session, but probably have to go out here on the 4-hour. This is a pretty important part of its recovery. This is going to be like this 360 level and then like 425 to 450. So it might pick up some sellers here. We'll see. I feel like it's fairly stable, and it has been through the last major test, so. Here comes SPX, new all-time high. 60.99 is actually still pretty far away, shockingly. There's a lot of negative gamma to the upside. Positive gamma to the upside. Backwards. The $4 call got repriced too. Yeah. I did SPX today. Yeah, I'm either gonna do QQQ or IWM to try to make it more No, you guys are poor. I'm not doing it on XSP. You threw calls on Apple. Seems like a bad idea. I don't know. 22? Probably not back to where it needs to be on its chain. Let me take a look. Maybe like sold puts. I generally don't like playing directional moves on Apple because it tends to be really slow to realize them. Yeah, it's maybe above two, like 227.50. It's still quite bullish or bearish where it is. Right now, it looks far more likely to fall back to like 215 or 210 than it does to push up. Apple got fucked pretty hard. Um, they got their like Chinese sales numbers, and iPhone sales were down like 18%, 18.7% in mainland China, which is something they've been, promising to correct for like a year now. So really not good news for them. Um, I'm sure they can buy back their way out of it, but poor focused. Yeah, I think that's better than doing like $3,000-4,000 legs every night on SPX. Yeah, Apple earnings is next week. How's Fubo looking this week? Boring. Seems like it's digging for support at 350. If the federal government sells 66% of its office space, what will that do to CMBS? I mean, I don't think they're gonna do that, but it would be terrible. Seems like the oil dump hasn't been realized yet. Mm. Oil hasn't dumped that hard. Is Jackson a billionaire? I mean, Jackson's a giant troll, but I think the last time he actually said anything about buying or selling anything, it was he was getting like 10 and 20-year bonds, which are down like 13 or 14% right now from where they were a few weeks ago. But he's our giant troll. He's committed to his bet. I'll give him that. Once upon a time, he was just a representative of his own hole. Any breakdown or profit taking insight? Well, we're pretty well supported at 75 right now. So, no. What's up, Dell? Looks like they're already up 6% today. Or do you want to chase it? Dell's got a lot of resistance at 120. If it gets out above like 125, it can move pretty hard. but like 117 to 123 is super shitty. Actually, 117 to like 125 is super shitty. Also, if this slips at all, it can just fall right back off again. Back down to like 105, 106. Gamma falls off really hard to the downside, but it just flattens out to the upside. So it's not super bullish. Big red candle, shocker. What about SMCI? SMCI is up 7% today. Yeah, and it has like a far better upside. 37 or like maybe like 37 to 39. Any news on J&J? Down bad today. Probably they had earnings. Maybe they lowered guidance. I know they beat. Damn, they are down bad. Hmm. Well, they issued higher. They didn't know. They issued higher guidance for 2025. Analysts had a little bit higher sales expectations from them. There's been some commentary that it's due to reduced sales from their cardiovascular medical devices. There's still a lot of litigation worries there, though. Riley's still below $5. And based on its options chain, you don't need to ask me about it unless it's above $5. We've never done idiot strangles before. Why do you hold the put side of your straddle? I can hold it all fucking day. I've already locked in like minimum profit. So I have one DT. I'm seeing if I can make it cheaper. I was doing a little bit of back testing, and it seemed like There's at least a few days of the week where I don't need to, like, I don't need to leave runners, right? I usually pick 3 to 5 DTE because I just leave the runners for mean reversion. But I don't need to do that for it to be profitable. It's just easier, but it's also way more expensive. What's wrong with SLB? I'm not buying more of it. I have like $40 leads. I don't want to touch. I'm not going to touch it. I struggle at knowing when I should get out of one side or the other versus closing both legs at the same time. I have a feeling that I should probably close the put side here. I mean, you just have to trade the ranges you're in. We're above support and we held above support at open, which should technically be bullish. There's some resistance here, and then there's the condor. So if the condor wins out and we fall back under 60.75, then keeping the put would be a good idea. But I mean, I've still got the put. Sometimes I'll average the put too. So like, if we lost 60.75 right now, I'd probably buy another one. But I mean, on a day like this, when you open up 60, 70 points, you can just fucking close the whole thing. You made 20% overnight, literally sleeping. I mean, can you move the SPX chart upwards? What do you mean, like that? Where, where do you want it? I'm just going off the screen. Yeah, okay. Microvast? That's It doesn't look like a good value play at all. They never have been. They've never made any money. It used to be like a big meme stack. Have they started making money? They had a profitable quarter. I would wonder why. It doesn't look like something that's consistent, given that their margins were like negative, like net margins were like negative 93% last quarter. Where's the money coming from? Gross profit was 33. So what fell off? Operating income went up. Operating expenses went down pretty substantially. Any adjustments? We've still got a debt problem. So they picked up a little bit of a multiplier, but I don't know. Cash flows are still garbage. I'd probably want to see those improve a bit. Looks like they made quite a bit of their profit this quarter from financing activities. 40 million issuance, 34. So they retired 34.54 million in long-term debt. And another 6 million in short-term debt. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that much about the company, but from a financial perspective, they might be starting to get some of their debt paid down. I'm sure it'll still remain difficult for them to hold any kind of significant price improvement, though. They'll need multiple quarters of that. They've got a new solid state battery patented. Okay. The 33 strike is all that's holding it up. There's a little to drag it further other than the 38 strike. Yen and GN are back at 30 and below. Well, being well above DN and GN is usually bullish. Yeah, primary support is at 33, but that's a lot of delta that's in the money. There's also like a decent amount of delta at 35 and 36. Gamma picks up also at 35 and 36. 37 is going to be a little bit of resistance, but like I said before, it looks like it could push out to like 38. The gains in gamma to the upside are pretty consistent over the next couple of strikes. I will say that most of the upside is kind of already there. Like it's up like 7% already today. It would have been probably a better buy yesterday on the cross of like the cross of or the breakout above GM. So like a couple days ago, I guess. Well, let me see. No, DM. Sorry, DM. Worth more than $2? No, probably not. Also, technically, it doesn't look bullish either. It looks like it'll fall back to like $1. I did put like as Friday QQQ puts that I figured I'd hold for BOJ news since they're almost worthless. How would more theta change your thoughts on your puts? Mm, hmm. I don't know if Friday would change my thoughts on them. If I had them into like end of month or something, I do have some from last Friday that are into end of month. That might change my opinion a little bit. What's with all the gaps underneath SPX daily? We've gapped up a
Draxix
lot
put their
overnight.
pickle in my jar. You hear about the SOC play. Can you comment on the options positioning? 3.
Sable offshore? No. I don't know if I have the options positioning on it. I don't. I could get it added tonight. Some Wall Street bets. It looks like a Wall Street bets play. Hold on. Let me see if I can just figure it out on my own. Mm. So it was a SPAC, and it holds the rights to an oil production complex off the coast of California. Um, if they don't open the pipeline, they have a material review, and I'd have to hand over assets to ExxonMobil on Jan 2026. So it carries the risk of a complete loss, which is kind of fucking frightening. And about $250 million they need to spend to get the rig equipment refurbished and their facilities up and running. Production estimates look to be like 40 to 60,000 barrels a day. 12 to $7 operational cost per barrel. Give a margin of what, 416 million to 1.15 billion. So be free cash flows between, well, hold on. Interest would be like 100 million. Capex is gonna be like 200 mil. 23 million in taxes. Gives 93 million in cash flows. The 10x multiplier. I mean, it could be worth anywhere from like $10 to $80 a share, depending on how much oil they can get out of Santa Ynez. Asymmetric bet 0 or 5x. Not really 5x, but if the pipeline doesn't reopen, it goes to 0. And California's just gotten a fucking massive wildfire, which is going to probably delay the approval of opening pipelines because the state fire marshal is in charge of. I think the state fire marshal's in charge of opening all of any intrastate pipeline segments. And they could grant waivers, but why would they? That's the thing with the state of emergency declarations. It becomes federal approval. Only if Trump specifically approves that pipeline opening. I don't think that's correct either. Give me the executive order number. Risk of complete loss. Wait, now I'm interested. What's the idiot idea of the idiot play? Just open a straddle strangle in the AM and pray? No, you open it before close. Nuke was totally right. The big red candle was an auto sell exactly when Trump tweeted happy anniversary to Melania on Truth Social. I'm dying. Welcome to the new market. $15? That's not the number. There's numerous problems. He's just trying to repeal Biden's I mean, him repealing Biden's like ban on oil drilling and federal lands and federal waters is not necessarily the California uh, like fire marshal approving the opening of the pipeline. The federal government has no say over interstate pipelines, intra-state pipelines. He would need to specifically order that the pipeline were opened. And then, I mean, they can still delay compliance. Unless he's going to send the fucking Army Corps of Engineers out to do it themselves. Then it's kind of a bullshit thesis unless there's a specific order to open it. This is so vague. Send me a link to the executive order. Hmm. You have to become versed in constitutional law to make money in this market now. No, but having some knowledge is helpful. So, Section 2, emergency approvals. Multiple emergency authorities available to them. Yeah, this has nothing specifically to do with Santa Ynez. It just has to do with repealing Biden's restrictions on drilling in federal waters. That's why he's using his emergency powers to try to override it, even though we don't have an emergency energy situation at all. But yeah, you got to find out how long they have to submit a course of action to the president. They've got a while. I'll tell you right now. More fuel to the straddle thesis. Last week, an at the money end of day straddle 1C1P. Cash settled gain of 17K for the week. I know. Wait, 1C1P? On what? Or one call, one put? Yeah, I'm well aware of the profitability of straddles. I've been doing them for 2.5 years. But yeah, you can get some crazy money. Sometimes, yeah, just cash settling them. Every 30 days there needs to be updates. Mm. I don't like it. You could try it, but even if they do achieve production, the shares are already overpriced potential like compared to the potential low output. So what's the upside? Not only do you have to hope that approval comes through, not just from the California fire marshals, but also from the EPA, the Coastal Commission. There's like 30 other fucking agencies, marine mammal protection, they're all going to try to block it. They're being valued at like $4 a barrel. No. Where the fuck are you getting these valuations from? All right, if they produce 40 if they produce $40,000 40,000 barrels a day, they're getting 42.50 a barrel net production tax and royalties, minus their $12 operational costs and 416 million in operational margin. Then they have G&A interest and annual capex, taxes. Based on 2015 outputs, okay. You're still looking at like a 10, like even with a 10x multiplier, you're looking at a $10 per share value. It could be a lot higher than that, but that's the base case. So they have to not only get it up and running, they have to get it up and running and producing more than it did previously. Which means you're just betting that they're able to extract more than they were previously. Because in March of 2014, they were producing around 40 million barrels. So you're talking 50K barrels of oil a day. You're saying Wall Street bets picked a potentially bad play? They usually do. I mean, I understand it, but at fucking at $30 a share, the best possible outcomes already kind of priced in pretty heavily. Trump didn't write that executive order. Some fucking executive from ExxonMobil probably did. What would you do if your homie leaked the group chat to his girlfriend? It wasn't me, I promise. TMI, Lawrence. TMI. Waiting for another quarter of pumps. I was looking at Indeed, and every job wants AI, 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 AI. Just say you're an expert in AI. What the fuck? Just throw it on your application. Prompt engineer. So we bull until Thursday after hours. Worst case scenario for BOJ rate hike tomorrow night. Mm, well, we've got some padding now, so I don't know. Maybe ES back to like 5,800. Sorry, I forgot we were talking about stocks. Imagine if we had company executives in the pickle jar. That would be crazy. Hmm. Why do you keep saying we? What about waifu connoisseur instead of prompt engineer? Same thing. Did you say ES 5,800? Yeah. I mean, it's possible. That's like our recent low. It's not like we have a ton of support between here and there. Remember the last time they hiked? We went full bull in the overnight. Yeah, everyone tried to pump their way out of it. We also almost fucking crashed right afterwards, so. How much theta have you been selling on Fubo? I have like some $4 cover calls out that I sold a couple days ago. Probably close those soon. I mean, all of my shares, but as covered calls. I mean, I don't care if I get assigned. How many pickle jar true identities do you know? Quite a few. Praise Jesus for fresh haircuts. God is good. Thank you so much. Regards, Kiki. Sorry, force of habit. Gherk's pickle jar. There you go. Much better. I thought you meant why would we have executives? Like we as in Zom in the pickle jar. Not we as in the pickle jar have executives as in outside people. Japan was cool, but it's not as funny as watching chat learn and lose money. There's a Japanese dude in here that's like a Forex trader. I've talked to him a couple of times. He watches the stream. We're international in this bitch, Lawrence. It's probably up all night high on Adderall, just trading yen. Let's side-eye look. Sploosh. MBSCS call put ratio 0.25. 93% of puts out of the money. Looking as though institutional interest is rising. Okay. It's got like 3 strikes. Of course all the fucking puts are out of the money. But that's not bullish. That just means no one's selling puts at spot or in the money. If people were bullish, they'd be selling in the money puts, especially institutions. The product you're building, international, is a good description. Have you gotten to use it yet? I can't remember if you were here for the beta. I think you've been gone since then. Any expectations for the day after opening moves? I mean, I think this is pretty much coincided with what I expected this morning, which was if we hold 75, bulls are going to try to strong arm it up to 6,100. They could fail, but they're still in the process of trying to strong arm it. You think the BOJ decision is still going to be a massive rug pull? I mean, the dollar is way up. It really depends. The big thing with the BOJ hike, this is what's really important, right? Because if you remember the last hike, they were supposed to move from 0.015 up to 0.15 to 0.25. But because they almost crashed the market, instead they were like, wait, we're just going to do this. But a 25-point rate increase here would be set the rate at 0.25 to 0.15 or 0.5. So this is the significance of it on the low end, not the top end. And I don't know. They've been flighty. Their finance minister and their PM have both spoken out against it, or and spoken quite a bit about the potential risks of raising rates right now, especially when international trade is completely up in the air because Trump hasn't moved forward with anything yet. So I mean, the market's bullish on the fact that Trump hasn't announced any tariffs and he's kind of delayed them. But that's that doesn't solve the underlying concern that at some point he is going to move forward with trade proposals that are both inflationary and extremely damaging to the global status quo. Japanese inflation was up a lot in November, though. It's got to stay up. It can't just. And their inflation fluctuates quite a lot. Balance of trade will matter because they'll want to see that they're still growing at a steady clip. Oil prices matter a lot for them, and oil is kind of high right now. And then, yeah, their inflation report, which comes hours before the decision, is going to be a huge part of it. But they also don't want to lose that inflation, right? So the inflation to them is more important than the currency valuation, at least currently. Now the currency valuation side of it, it's rough. I mean, the yen is in the shitter, but um 6090 a strong support now? No, not particularly. 80 is. 80 75, like right there. Where the iron condor leg is, that's fairly strong support. Or the iron condor legs are. This no. This is everything up here is just sold calls. If they go in the money, they're supportive, but there's not that many sold calls in the money right now, except at 75. But they have to get the 90 sold calls in the money and keep them in the money. There's a little bit of put selling going on at the 6100 strike, but it's quite the wall of gamma to climb to get it up there. During the weekend stream, we wondered if the trillion of puts that fell off would come back in. Did the trillion come back in? Let's take a look. I forgot to check last night, so we can look together. I'm sure some of it did. Let's see. Yes, but lower. So yeah, it's a little bit lower than it was. There's more put selling back here. Significantly more put selling 10-20% out of the money. We need better. Discuss that. We need more smaller increments on this. But yeah, I mean, it looks right here like at yesterday's close at 60.40. It's gone up about 0.7. Maybe like 2% out of the money. It's gone up by about 1.2. But total put leverage is still really low. Like the OI leverage is still quite low. I mean, it's improved, but it's still very low. Assuming the incentive to sell calls, bulls would be contending with rolled out sold calls and most strikes all day. Yeah. Yeah, the grind to the upside is quite difficult. We don't pick up a lot of gamma on the move up. It's very grindy. they want a little bit of crazy inflation. They need it. If they raise rates too fast because of the way their economy is structured, they run the risk of falling back into stagnation or deflation. They're already making a shitload of money from the just the increases in like M2 velocity. They fucking kill it on that because those are the banks making the transactions. So they're making like all the Japanese banks are making shitloads of money on fees from the carry. I'm not getting Vega puts right now. Not yet. I see that IV starts picking up if we cross 6100. It starts going down, by the way. The IV on those strikes is higher, so they're incentivized to sell puts, but like overall vol would go down on the move up relative to the increase in the at the money vol of those contracts. Because as spot reaches those contracts, vol goes down to the upside, not up. Indexes are inversely correlated with their volatility. Curious if the market can find buyers up here again. Well, they didn't last time. They're still a bit short of the all-time high. Ooh, move it. Not gonna bounce? Maybe. MQ doesn't look great here. Delta goes negative at 85. Gamma on the intraday chain goes negative at 73. Big thing we'd be looking for on ES is a breakdown of the like 113 level. There's still a gap from earlier from the overnight too, down at 161.03. You know, gaps on futures are way different than gaps on SPX. I think the Netflix earnings and the Stargate thing will encourage some new buyers up here, but I don't know if that will be for long though. Well, I mean, also don't forget that the people who just sold up here are very unlikely to buy again up here. Like, they're not going to be feeling any FOMO to get back in. They're going to be like, oh, this price is less than I got out at. Are company buybacks open again on Friday? No, we're still in the blackout period. They're open after their earnings. Is IB on options higher this week with the Japan decision? Mm, no, not particularly. But generally, you only see SPX options price up with like US economic shit. They're all US companies. Speaking of Japan, what's the carry looking like today? Ooh, back up above 9x. Mm. All right. Here? Uh, Getting kind of close to slipping into negative delta. It's the contract and then the bought price and then close price of the contract. So, yes. Seems kind of significant if this fails. Hmm. What's up, Popcorn? How you doing, man? Thawing. It's got to be a nice change from 90 degrees every day. 500 billion into AI. Well, that's a little bit deceptive. It's actually 100 billion provided by SoftBank, and then they're hoping to raise the other 400 billion. How you feeling? You better yet? Yesterday have been great for the DGen song. You've done nothing but be responsible today, and it's disgusting. I hear you. Bots, S is sold. Got it. Thanks. I could put OC. You know, I like that better. Head and shoulders on NQ? Maybe. Yeah, it's starting to look like one. Still holding up, though. It'll be hard for us to drop under 75 today. If we do, it's super bearish, but still hard. Mm, not really watching Palantir right now. Let me take a look. Yeah, my max on Palantir is at 78. It doesn't look like it has much interest above that. It could test 80, I guess. Like, it doesn't have to stop at 78. Hmm. What do we need for a pullback to 80? Well, first we have to lose the delta flip, which we're testing again right now. And if delta flips negative, things can start falling off a little bit. Delta flips negative at 85 right now. Ball's picking up a bit too. Do you think this could get over 6,100 today? Um, it could. I think it could like get to 6,100 today. I don't think it could get over it really. Maybe like end of day, but we're still very far away from that. Positioning will change a lot between now and then too. What's the best way to consider the difference between below delta flip and into negative delta on the 0DT live data? Since flip is sometimes a couple strikes above where we go negative, it's not for delta. It's where the market maker's exposure to delta goes negative. It's an estimate. It's based on volume, but it's pretty accurate. What's delta? Dick. You used that one the other day. Underweek predictions now that we opened so high. I mean, we could still fall off a lot depending on the Bank of Japan decision tomorrow night. But the conservative estimate would be that we close the week out probably somewhere around 61, between like 60.80 and 61.20. BOJ impact will be Friday morning, Thursday night. It's probably unlikely that we lose 60.85. It's unlikely that we lose 60.75. 60.85 could definitely be lost. That might be the only way to get above 6,100 right now is to gap up. But you can only generally do that so much before you start to get some retracement. Like eventually one of those gap ups is gonna fall back. Is it today? Maybe. There's definitely some interest in us closing between 60.20 and 60.75 today. Yeah, it's Thursday night. At some point, realized volatility is going to come down or IV's got to go up. The spread on like the IV HV30 is getting awfully wide. Mm. Good morning, Seaweed. I'll do post on Reddit of people selling their Tesla shares. I can't wait for Tesla to have earnings. Because their earnings is not going to support a share price over 400. But Elmo? Well, consider this. In their last earnings, they were trading at 211. You said ES 5800 from BOJ. I'm assuming you're thinking that'll be like next week sometime. I mean, if somebody has to bail on their over leveraged carry trade position, assuming that ES can drop like 5%, I don't think is very dramatic. So no, not necessarily. You dropped 10% last time. Oh. Pickled God, a horse amongst men, the savior of tea, father to Dans, Our Lady of VWAP side piece, Cobs of Stone, freezers colder than the Arctic. Is there a question there, or are you just making a bunch of statements? I feel like part of the carry trade collapsing would definitely be an elevator down moment, C-Mill. I'd hope it says 6100 so I can play the initial rejection. I'm trying. Got a higher high on QQQ, or NQ. Not both. I had no clue where I was going. Okay, that makes sense. The goose stuff from the CEO gives you an additional 5x multiplier on earnings. What are we doing with ES puts? God, QQQ's still got a ways to go. Could VIX get to 12? Probably not. Given the last time that we were up here, they couldn't get it to 12 either. I already paid for a put spread for next Friday, so basically dead at this point. 850, 5800. Might as well keep it open for non-zero chance of dumpies. Okay. Right. How's VIX 3-month up? Shorter dated shorting. So it could be someone's going long vol 3 months out, someone's going short vol now. Well, 90 days. If you look at VX, I mean, volatility out into the future is up, so. Anything gamma wise going on at the 5900, 5950 strikes for tomorrow? That far out of the money? Probably not anything interesting. I mean, shit like those contracts wouldn't have any gamma really. Not much. Is the upper end of the condor still open? Yeah. When would they need to close it? End of day? They generally don't close them. Both. Sinbad. I don't think the BOJ rate cut is priced in at all, given the fucking the dollar's up 67 points against the yen today, and has been steadily up against the yen for the last like 4 months. Leverage in the carry trades at all-time highs at the top end, and pretty fucking high at the low end. So yeah, I don't think there's any safe harbor there. It's just a question of if they raise or they don't. If they perceive risk to the markets to be too high, they'll back off of the rate increase. This is all just being driven by QQQ. There's no, like, it's not a lot of bullish positioning out here on SPX. It's a few sold puts at 6,100, but MQ's pushing all of this. That's an at the money put debit spreads for end of month. I mean, so last time Trump was president, I used to carry some out of the money spreads all the time. Even if they didn't like, even if they had like a bit of theta on them, it was worth having them because you could pick up like 10-20% on every dump. He says a lot of crazy shit, and I'm sure he hasn't gotten any better at it. Um, so I expect that volatility will stay persistently higher for some time. So I might be seeing bad data on my end. Maybe. Are you seeing like an effect in gamma, or is it just like um or is it just like volume? There could be a lot of volume on those contracts today, but I mean the gamma on them would be like nothing. Like zero DTEs, two standard deviations away from spot. It's like I can see them selling a lot of puts there right now, but those would be further dated generally. We strangling the market every day now. Yeah, VIX is under 16. Strangles are cheap. Strangles straddles. This was supposed to be a straddle, but it ended up not retesting 50 by close. So I ended up in a strangle. That happens sometimes. It's not the best outcome, but it's not the worst. Are we going up or down right now? Up, up. I'm pushing that last leg towards 6,100 right now. AGL tickling 360. Yeah, it's starting to do pretty good. Some of my $3 contracts are up quite a bit. Looks like the fours repriced. 350s are up too. I should have bought more of these. The spreads were kind of shitty though. Does the data you get from your SPX 12,000C get rolled into Gamma Strike? That's sensitivity to row? No. Because, I mean, it's rows baked in, but it's not like having a direct measure of it's not really relevant, I don't think. Mix up, spot up, short call squeezing. Um, I don't see a lot of them closing right now, but maybe a little bit. We're pushing into short calls, so I mean that's having some effect, obviously. Any prediction on when we could fail, or is it based on Trump RNG? I mean, right now it's based on probably the biggest shock to the market would be Trump announcing tariffs. But until he announces tariffs on Mexico and Canada, we've got pretty clean sailing, right? Like, I mean, everyone's gonna pump shit until the assumed tariff increases in the beginning of Feb, at least. The Bank of Japan decision could upset that, but I think most market participants are completely fucking unaware of the leverage in that trade. Even on like FinTwit when they didn't know anything about it, and then it happened and they were like, holy fuck. um like even there, like most of them just consider it resolved. Like most people just consider it resolved. I follow like a couple. Well, I don't follow them, but there's a couple of people whose like Twitters I'll check occasionally, and just to get an idea of like the base case of what analysts are thinking. Um, and yeah, most of them are wildly unaware that there's a risk there at all. What's your play for the BOJ decision? I mean, I'm like long yen at like 160. So I'm my futures on yen are up right now. If they cut, they'll be up a lot more. Fixie would be how you play that with stocks. 156 isn't a terrible entry, but the risk is they don't cut. Yen gets slammed to like 160, 162. It's a zero chance we don't get an all-time high today. I mean, we're like $1.12 off. Captain Obvious. Did you see Dalio talking about UK debt problems? It's an issue. I mean, all they're all issues, right? All of the reserve currencies have issues right now. What are they gonna do? The last like 6 times they've tried to stabilize their currency in FX markets, they've just lost hundreds of billions of dollars. They tried to do it at like 140, 145, 150 a bunch of times, 155. Yep, tomorrow night. We get balance of trade tonight, which might help figure out the weighting of where Japan's going to go with its decision. If their balance, like if their trade deficit is way worse, then it might push them a bit further away from a decision. Trade deficit goes positive or moves up, then might push them closer to a decision. Also, foreign bond investment will be kind of important tonight out of Japan. Trump halts health advisories, CDC, FDA, HHS, NIH, no external communications. Oh, fucking awesome. So he's already killing people. What a Chad. I can't wait for some babies to die of some sort of food poisoning. That'll be great. Which of Trump's policies do you like? None. He's an incompetent asshat. I mean, I don't really care about political parties very much. Like Democrat, Republican. I just want competent leadership. Make polio great again. It's not. I mean, cutting off fucking FDA health advisories is serious shit. It'd be a real shame if we had another pandemic. I mean, that's probably less immediately likely to kill people than cutting off FDA advisories, where retailers and grocers know to pull food with fucking listeria off their shelves before it literally kills old people and children, because it will. That advisory system that runs in the background that nobody notices saves probably tens of thousands of lives a year. Can't have increasing polio numbers if you don't report numbers at all. Sounds like Trump's has puts on AIG and he's going to do a turbo Pelosi with the FDA gag order. There's an old story about a tycoon in a fully libertarian America, and in the end, the old man dies to infection from his unregulated canned food. Good. There've been so many recalls in the last couple of years, too. Well, a big part of that is because food manufacturers have leaned too far into the health care, like the health food craze, and we've started like selling a lot of uncured meats that are like normally cured meats, but they're still processed and made in factories where the regulations and the safety, like the safety protocols are all designed for cured meats. I don't have any IWM pets. Trump has a lot of energy for his age. Might be math. The key to health is raw milk stored in the sun. How do you get a hold of the sun's nipple, though? Sounds like to me like you have objections to canned dog food being sold to people as health food. Actually, the dog food would be safer. It's pasteurized, hence the canning. Oh, sweet. I'm getting all my free boxes of magic cards from winning that fucking tournament a bunch of times. Nice. I started playing Magic again, briefly, and then I stopped. But they had like something online where like if you won seven in a row or six in a row or something like that, you got like free booster boxes. Well, not free. I mean, you paid for them, but just way less. And I won that like 12 times. So I got like 20, 24 boxes. You're just gonna flip them? Yeah, I don't care about owning them. I also think it's people working there don't care as much about their job because they don't get paid enough to pay bills and don't get treated well. Yeah, that's part of it too. But that's everywhere, right? That's ubiquitous. Nobody gets paid enough. Otherwise, corporations wouldn't be as profitable as they are. It's a really good barometer. Do you think Trump will actually pull through on a Bitcoin reserve? No. Trump coin reserve, maybe. What's the rate of return on Magic cards? I don't know. The tournament was like $20 to enter, and you get $300 worth of booster boxes when you win. And I did that 12 times. You do the math. I don't know if there were neckbeards, Bob. I don't know who they are. It's like a video game. How will the External Revenue Service work? They'll collect tariffs and taxes from foreign countries, supposedly. Let's go all in on Magic. Full port Magic cards. You missed that investment opportunity by like 20 years. Weirdly enough, if you, as a foreign leader, make big investments in Tesla, you don't have to pay taxes. Silly little loophole. How about Beanie Babies? No, that didn't work. U.S. Customs already collects tariffs from me. Yeah, and then you collect them from your customers, right? That's how tariffs work, for those that don't know. It's just a pass-through consumption tax. It's not going to benefit anybody. Can this grind get any more boring? Have we hit the all-time high yet? Definitely not on ES, but no. We're still a few cents off. What happens at all-time high? Nothing. It's just a price. People assign a lot of psychological value to it, though. Why? Who the fuck knows? Ooh, someone's buying some puts down at 80 and 85. Do I want to sell some calls here? No, they're not. A stronger resistance to 6100. Pretty strong. It's early enough in the day that they could leverage over it, but it's pretty strong. All the calls to the upside are sold still. Positioning hasn't really changed. We just have some sold calls in the money now. There's sold puts, 6100, 6095. Not much below that. Not until you get down to like 6075. There's some down there. How much more room to squeeze calls? Uh, Probably not a lot. Maybe like 6105 or 110. But we'd probably pull back before that and reposition. There's a lot of sold calls to the upside. It's definitely not a small amount. Call premium seems so meek right now. The next strike above the money for 300 bucks or less. That's because they're sold. They're like really, really heavily sold. All-time high? Not anymore. One second. right. This is... Ooh. That's bullish. You start selling 6100s? A bit. Looks like some of those short puts are closing. JPM colors at like 165. Kind of shitty spreads. And call stops aren't triggering. What do? That's weird. Looks like nothing interesting. Not yet. Vol's picking up though, which is kind of neat. And it's, at this point, definitely not just because of calls. We can still lose this. I mean, this pump is quite hard fought for, and support for it's not great. Did you think this was bullish? Not particularly. I mean, I knew we were gonna probably test 6100 today. It was very high probability if we opened above 6075. Good deal decides to hit 360. It's doing good. Breakout at 360 would be way cooler. I mean, you came back and said, well, that's bullish. I don't know. I don't remember. Mm. Ooh. Tempting. $20 auctions at 1 o'clock. That might be kind of important. It'll be a lot more important if we're below 6075 by then. If this ends up a bear rally, it goes right down. Is Vol gonna crank? Yeah. VIX is still at 15. I had straddles. I don't need to buy calls. You just have straddles. That's all you have to do. I didn't think we were going to test the all-time high. I just thought we'd get close to 6100. I said it this morning. It was right in the fucking thing. I don't buy all my like options positions on stream. In fact, I buy almost none of them on stream. EGL is nutting. It's doing pretty good. When was it a pickles pick? I think it's up like 25% from then. I'm new here. I feel dumb. Oh. That's alright. You guys are trading this? No, we just watch it. Why are we looking at Costco? Hmm. Kind of want to short it again. Maybe I should wait. Gamma Max on AGL is like $4. It's not $29. The VN at 29 is because IV is high, and the VN value is just a nan. There's no value for VN because the fucking stock has like 3 strikes. AGL gonna retest the 760 level? Maybe. It's definitely not going up on its options chain alone, so. It's the pickle jar moving the stock. No, it's not. It has a $1.5 billion market cap. We're not fucking moving anything. There's a pickles pick on 116. That's what I thought, yeah. So it's about 30% up from the low. It's doing good. Yeah, we are after we got rich on Fubo. Some people might have gotten rich on Fubo. They didn't come to the inauguration ceremony, Bob. AGL to 10 is the only thing that can save my port at the moment. Why is your port in danger? Why does everyone need their ports saved constantly? Stop blowing up. Plot twist I didn't expect was Atomic groaning about his gains. I think his cost basis sucked, but I don't remember. Best advice, valid advice at least. I put like a whole $20 in the market. I'll be rubbing elbows with the bigwigs in no time. Never know. If you can turn $1,000 into $20,000, you can turn $20,000 into $1 million. Bobert blew my port. It's not the first thing. I speak in hyperbole half the time. I feel like that's maybe a lot of you, or some of you just blow up every week. I have a princess complex. I need a strong penny stock to moon so I can be saved from Kenny's clutches. If I can turn 100k into 1k, what does that mean? It means you could turn 1k into $1. You should try to create positions that consistently make a little money for you, and then you don't have to worry about losing everything. Shh, that's too complex. No, the problem with that is it's boring. People don't want to do it. Could sound get back to 20, or put's a good idea again in the 16, 17 range. I have no idea. I don't really watch that stock very much. I liked shorting it because it's a pile of shit, but yeah, it's like testing Gamma Max. It could keep going up. 18 or back to 20. It's a little thin on Delta to the upside, but there's plenty of short dated shit on it. Out to like 20, 20, 21, 22. Probably be a grind after a break of 17, though. If 16 fails again, bearish. Yeah. So maybe look for a rejection here, and then if it falls back below 16, that might be a decent signal. One K to 0 is easier. It is. Have you ever taken a look at Coursera? It looks kind of interesting. No. I did buy a bunch of the TNA ETF. Hmm. Interesting. Today? Did you say that you like your women, like you like your order books? No. I prefer a wider spread and more volatility outside of the market. You thought you could trick me with that one? Ridiculous. Those look like two perfect shoulders on the 1 minute SPX. Probably. There's a shitload of sold calls coming in, so. Short puts at 6,100 pulled back. The 6095 short puts are pulling back a bit. Someone's still buying puts at 6080. Probably whoever has the fucking condor open here. But there are a very decent number of short puts at 6075. So it's still gonna be big support. Why are you going 3x long small caps? I can't believe Zuck is gooning over Bezos' wife. I don't think he's gooning over her. I think he looked at her massive fake tatas and got caught on camera. That's the story. He quit your job and never looked back. It's my favorite bedtime story, but he told me like I'm a toddler. Is that it? Everyone just wants to quit their jobs. You guys should sell more options than you buy, I think, if that's the case. First of all, Gert traveled the rails, getting paid by the day on construction jobs. I think I might be confusing his origin story with the beginning of They Live. He's liking her post on Instagram and is following her now. Interesting. He's just trying to become relevant. This is all a PR stunt. It started with the tan and the hair. He was like, "Oh my god, finally my hair is popular," after watching like a day on TikTok. This is all staged by a PR team so he can draw the boomers back to his platform and off of TikTok. Because he's an unfeeling sociopath. So don't try to assign normal human behaviors to him. No, air taxis aren't going to be a thing. Those companies don't even make money. Yeah, so he turned up his drip and he's trying to increase his riz. Maybe it's just both. I hate this timeline. He's trying to beat the lizard allegations. He should probably stop licking his eyeballs in public then. I feel like Bezos would fuck him up. Zuck is an MMA cyborg. He's not even good. Have you ever watched videos? Bezos would sprinkle him over his creatine shakes. I'll fight Zuck. I literally have nothing to lose. I'm also like far larger than him. Winner gets Facebook? Deal. Absolutely. Yeah, Zuck is 5'7" and weighs 150 pounds. I literally could just sit on him. You have to wear an 80s wrestling unitard. As long as I get meta at the end of this deal. I'll fight for you, Gurk. I have inner rage to get out. Thanks, Bert Stew. His head and shoulders was supposed to fail. Yeah. Why? Does I have a put that I was supposed to make more money from? Oh. I guess that makes sense. Head and shoulders are more likely to break to the upside when gamma is positive. Delta goes negative at 60.90. So expect bulls to defend it. Volume might actually go to 0 on NQ. Shh. I like watching it. I really did want this to retest 75. But that doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Hmm. How much did I make on the call? 32.70? Hmm. I guess 600's fine. Zecuor an intoxicating cologne of bergamot, honeysuckle, and lime. Dude, it's elderflower, first of all, and don't give away my cologne recipes. Dustin finally grabbed Kopi Luwak. I've been waiting to contribute to GS my whole life, actually since it came out. I'll fight Zuck on our behalf to the deer and a GS banana hammock. To the death? Interesting. I'll fight him to the death in a GS banana hammock. For if I can win Facebook. If I can't win anything, I'm not doing it. Trump might tweet about tariffs. He might not. Cologne recipes seem like splashing Saint Germain on yourself. Well, Saint Germain's just elderflower. Where does the gamma go on the hammock? That's a good question. It's hard to keep it centered on the tip. What if we could build like a dynamic one? You can count on Trump to tweet. Ah, fuck. This is boring. Gamma Strike condoms? I don't think so. Those would just be regular condoms and packages that said Gamma Strike. What TLT puts of the day? Do you TLT much? Sometimes. Not frequently. Usually I just have like diagonals out on it. Someone made a Baron scam coin. Nice. You know that Trump and Melania were also scam coins, right? So making a Baron one would just be a third scam coin, not don't legitimize the other scam coins with your statement, is what I'm getting at. Similar to cover calls, is there a profit percentage to buybacks sold spreads at? Sure, yeah. I mean, profitability relative to decay. Because you're like, the more profitable you can become, the more your risk goes up. But it also depends where you're trading in relation to where you sold the spread. Sometimes you just don't need to close them. There's no risk. Do you mean all crypto? I do, in fact. AGL's still grinding up. Nice. Ooh, it broke 360. That's the good stuff. What's next? For probably a $4 test, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh. See, now that's a price I kind of like. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of just chugging along. You still playing AGL? Yeah. It's literally on this. I literally have some on the screen. Vale made it back over $9. Ooh. Hmm. Probably still too early though. I made 200, gave 300 back. I'm gonna go play with the toaster in the shower. Submarine. What's the Vale play? Fuck that company. Wait, why? Do you have some sort of bad experience with Vale? Hmm. I think it's Vale, which is Latin for let's fucking go. Just thoughts that Vale might deal with a monopoly at some point. Yeah, okay. Do you have any favorite incredibly unprofitable, non-cash generating, overvalued small cap stocks that are good short targets besides DJT and GME, which I'm already short? Well, there's Carvana, but not right now. What else? Hmm. Sound, if it gets back to 20. Or sound. Ooh, Root looks like dog shit right now. So does Elf. You probably missed the Snapchat short. Yeah. TMV looks pretty bearish. Lulu looks bad. That's not a small cap though. Oh, I don't like Mortal Kombat. Does Dirk still build cool engineering stuff? Yeah. It was worth a try, I suppose. Those are just sold calls here. They're supportive unless they break down. Isn't Dirk on a trip right now? I don't think so. How's Charm going to affect us if we stay here into end of day? It's going to push down. There's a lot of sold calls out of the money. Above spot. Push down a little bit. It's not going to push us down a lot, but it can push us down a bit. MM's long the sold out of the money calls, right? So their delta hedge on those is going to decay into the end of the day. And there are a lot of out of the money sold calls, like all the way up to like 61.40. What about an intraday head and shoulders on the 15-minute? Is that a possibility? Sure. Yeah. We're talking about this, right? Yeah, but let's see if we test 85 again. If we retest 85, we might not get another shoulder. Delta goes negative at 90 now. It's a bit higher. Haley Joel Almonds was brilliant as Michael Buttons or whatever. What? Thanks, 1 second, guy. The joke about standing in his blind spot killed me. That was fucking funny. Trump to announce Fed strategic Bitcoin reserve under the Treasury Department at 1 p.m. Eastern from the White House. Hmm. Source? That's what I thought. No, if we had a federal strategic Bitcoin reserve, Bitcoin would rocket. The dollar would tank and then eviscerate itself. And then Bitcoin would die. That was too many steps. It's like 4. I see you're exercising your timeout powers now, baby Wilnick. Excellent. How did that make you feel? Is that your first time out? Can you feel the power coursing through you? I was 1 click away from full porting BTC. Same. Is this a head and shoulders? Right here? Is Gamma Strike just expensive MACD? No. Have the Pickle Jar execs become J-Roll? I don't think so. We don't have MACD. We should get it. Part of your green screen is messed up on the right side over your shoulder. There? Yeah. I am hungry. Maybe I'll fix it. I have to get up. Give me a second. I wonder why the new guy hasn't moved to like modify the bond auctions yet. It's almost like he just intends to do exactly what Yellen's been doing this whole time. Hmm. Ooh. Wait a second. Yeah, we have to get below 89. I like all of this short vol pulling back. It's interesting. It's like all the vol that got sold between yesterday and today is just pulling back again. I like it when thick one. It is, in fact, auction time. Give me a second. Sorry. Trying not to burn my kitchen down right now. Bid to cover 2.75, high yield 4.9 versus 4.911 in the pre-sale. Sold 13 billion, 98.74% at the high. Primary dealers only took 10%. No, I mean, yield fell a little on it. So no tail. But it was a very small auction, and I wonder if the bid to cover is just more important there. No tail. But only 10% of primes bought, so still not exactly bullish. Mhm. The delta on their options chain is a percentage of their market cap. Why is KRE second from the top? I don't know. People are worried about banks. They're just digital. You can participate in them. You can just go on Treasury Direct and participate in them. House is gone. I sold it like 2 weeks ago now. Sold puts underneath spot closing. They have been all day. There's not a lot of sold puts underneath spot now. Well, not immediately under spot. There's some down at like 60.85, 60.75. There's a lot. Below that, nothing really significant till like 60.60 or 60.50. Thanks, man. Does that mean you're flush with liquidity? Sure. I've been mostly cash since yields started going back up. Like the second Fed cut. So I'm like sitting on a bunch of cash anyway. Are you able to make a mint on it? I mean, yeah. I sold it for a decent amount. Like 5% above market. Is the 2030 year not uninverted yet? Hmm, cute. We fucking bounce again? Hmm, fine. Can you adjust the VIX chart? How do you want it? really close like that. It's a little snack. You want what at 19? Any sense of which way SPX is headed? I'd like to see it go down. It's easier for it to go down than up a lot. But there's a shitload of support under us. You asked what we would like the VIX adjusted to. Oh, I see. I see. I see what you're saying. Crafty. If you're 60-45 with the money, I'd laugh. I don't really care what happens to it. It's already bought and paid for. Is this shitload of support right here? No. It's at 80 and 75. Most of the support that you're seeing at this level is like the 95 sold calls, and it's just because it's hard for us to pull away from them. Also, they keep shorting some puts there. Not a lot of them, but like 300 or so on that last bounce. They might short some more here. I think the puts might be the only thing worth any fucking money. Yeah, look at the Actually, the puts suck too. Why does that do that? God, that's annoying. Really? Call's cheap. Call's cheap. Puts cheap. They're both cheap. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I think my food might be ready. Oh, hey, look at that. Slightly more down. This this isn't gonna do fucking shit unless we lose. We're gonna have to fall further. 89 is kind of interesting, but I think 85 for anything like significant. Quit calling my account. What did? Hmm. Jaffer said we're going to 6130 today. That'd be cool. Bounce. Catalyst for what? The bounce? Why? I don't think so. Gamma just moves up really sharply to the upside. Was that to rescue it before a drop? I mean, that's what they tried to do. I don't know if it was very successful. Something that really frequently causes these downside moves in positive environments is there's sell pressure, and then bulls try to reverse off the sell pressure too early, selling these puts, but then the sell pressure doesn't abate, it just continues, and then those puts get squeezed. Now on a successful V, they just sell puts a little higher each time, right, and recover. The fuck does Lumen have to do with AI? Yeah, NQ could lose 22. It's gonna be probably a little supportive. Microsoft contracted them to build data centers. Okay. That makes sense. They're just like one of several subcontractors, though. Don't call it a comeback. All right. So you just want me to do nothing? $16.91 impenetrable. Why the fuck would we want to put data centers in space? I don't know what you want me to do, Sinbad. I see you're back, but you said don't call it a comeback. I don't either. I mean, welcome back. I know. I know he's been here for years. But I feel like his comment immediately following the sign up was like, don't make a thing of it. Oh, dope. He was saying he was a temporarily embarrassed pigeon whale. It's the same like being American. We're all just temporarily embarrassed billionaires. Can you even imagine not being a billionaire? I don't have to. I want to play the song. Welcome the fuck back, Sinbad.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's
I'm
got
not a
gun to my
billionaire.
head.
You fucking kidding me?
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
You took the meaning the wrong way. Opposite. I don't have to imagine how shitty it is to not be one. Yes, that's correct, Greg F. We're rich in pickles. Wait, you're not a billionaire. What happened? Did the Canadian currency drop more? Kirk will be a billionaire when he sells Gamma Strike, or he sells out, becomes a Goldman SVP. Still doling out the dollary dues. That's weird. Oh, maybe your card expired or something. Dega, if you think I wouldn't stream if I was a billionaire, you're out of your mind. I would do it less often. Way less often. How else could I foster the love of the people? I mean, I'd sublet this and then buy something else. We only love you for your brain and maybe your not so lean hog. Thanks, man. I'm telling you, if billionaires learned to slum it with the poorest, they'd be way more popular. What happened to your building management trying to settle a deal with you, Ray the rent? They didn't. I gave them an offer. They were like, no. And now they're paying my landlord, who owns the apartment, like 20% more on top of my rent every month to keep him from suing them. I don't rent to day traders. It's probably smart. As a Canadian, I can finally sell puts. What happened? Wait, Greg, how did you just turn green with no what the fuck? I was gonna embarrass you when you re-signed up. But now you're just magically green? This is bullshit. I don't like this shit. You're not real. Canada, Greenland, and Mars are about to be the 51st, 2nd, and 3rd states, respectively. What if they're all just the 51st? Even JFresh doesn't have free Dillionaire. I tried to be a very responsible and good property owner. Tenants took advantage and sued me for $3 million. Did one of them die or something? Where the fuck did they get that number from? This is why I don't buy rental properties. That way, I don't have to be an asshole, and I make the same amount of money. It's a very tenant-friendly state. That's insane. IBKR, David. Wait, did they win? I don't know. I didn't ask. Doesn't seem like it's my business. 3 million is way more than friendly. I had the roof on my old apartment collapsed and ruined all my shit. And what is arguably the most family like tenant friendly state in the country and the most tenant friendly city in that state. And the most I could squeeze out of the landlord was like 40 grand to replace like some furniture and shit. And that was actually their fault because the entire pandemic they didn't repair anything. That fucking sucks. I mean, that sounds like it's better to just use the services of a property management company. Texas is awesome as a landlord. I had my first six-figure payday selling one last year. Selling a landlord or a tenant? Three of my properties are 100% under management. Yeah, okay. I just have a dividend portfolio. Like, if I ever feel like, I'm going to go buy a rental property, I remember people, and then I buy more dividend stocks. The property, I've had it leased for 15 years. Oh, okay. Phew. The phrasing was. But I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you guys do in Texas anymore. 'Cause I don't know what you gu Bean stands are part of the growth portfolio, Bob. Single family rentals are a pretty good tax break. Apartments are better because of the accelerated depreciation. Hmm. Okay. If someone for the pickle jar recognized you in public, would you rather they came up and spoke to you or ignored you completely? I don't care. I like the head nod idea. I'm just gonna think you're a weirdo then. Just scream something pickle jar related and then run off in the other direction so I can identify you, but also we don't have a lot of contact. Okay, no selling your condo in the chat. God damn it. It should have a code. Cooing sounds decent. Yeah. I once saw Gherkin in a Connecticut pizza parlor, and he blew char into my eyes, chased me out, screaming, "How could you not make money on that?" It's got to be deep in the throat. You've got to. It's like, you know. How the fuck do you do that? Ah, or fucking make a great Chewbacca sound too. No, but it's cooing, not purring. It's totally different. People in here insisting on being weirdos, when in reality, we'd probably spot you in a restaurant, and the appropriate play is to send a disappointing bottle of bubbly to your table. But don't do that. Anything but just booze. No, please God, no champagne. I need to update my dividend portfolio tracker. Do what? That throat does wonders. Thanks. If I see you at a restaurant, know that you'll be receiving a glass of the house's finest IPA. I don't know how someone in the pickle jar hasn't catfished Gherkin in New York City on the dating apps. I'm not, like, easy to catfish. Bro, watch me. You don't even know my type. You bitch. Sure you are. Just claim to be a hot British goth with double D's and COVID. You son of a bitch. That's not... That's not how that works. Gherk was absolutely catfished. That was terrible. I've been catfished a couple of times, but I've managed to escape. Daddy issues and thigh highs. Now we're talking. It'd have to be a succulent catfish parmesan. Look at McConnerberry coming out with a real answer like Hamburglar Helper doesn't know. Where are we closing today? How would you feel about 60.95? I don't know. I'm married too young. I see. What are the catfishers hoping will happen? That you'll just be cool with the false sales pitch? I mean, I don't know about other places, but in New York City, 90% of the time when you get catfished, like the girl in the photos is there, but her boyfriend's gonna rob your ass. And then like 10% of the time it's somebody who like legitimately thinks that you're like, ah, I'm here anyway. Sounds profitable. What a nice dump. I enjoyed this. That's not bad. Why would you leave if a different person showed up? One time I got catfished. Well, it was like an incidental catfish. There were two people in the photo, and in my mind, I made the assumption that it was the less attractive one, because why else would there be two people in every one of your photos? Um, Turned out it was the more attractive one. So that was like kind of a win. Well, not in the end, but to get a blowy. Dogfish? Never happened. It's a crazy world we live in. Bert, if you really want to up the viewership on your channel, have you talked to C-Mill about taking you down to like the south, and you could get into that thing where people grab the fish out of riverbanks? What's it called? Noodling. Yeah. Also a great way to catch catfish. Heck no. Heck no. I would drown. YouTube keeps suggesting noodling videos for me. I think they're popular. My wife says I'm a noodling pro. It's good that she loves you. Catfish are disgusting to eat. They taste like mud. Max, you're all over the place today, Snopes. Noodling should be called fishting. I mean, I kind of like sometimes I see noodling videos and I want to watch it because, like, only on Reddit, but I want to watch it because I want to see if they stick their hand in a hole with a snapping turtle. It's okay. You weren't saying anything that wasn't true, Bert. Like, if I see a noodling video on, like, R what the fuck, I'm definitely watching it. You don't turn your head from a train wreck. Nope. 90 is strong like bull. It's actually not. It's kind of just empty. That's why we keep bouncing back to 95. But if we could push through it a little bit, we'd break down to 85. This is our third test of the Delta flip today. Second. It's so good to know exactly where the participants are going to try to catch the knife, right? Look at us making stock magic. I don't think we tested the Delta flip yesterday. We just trended up all day. Can I get that, please? We'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going to include the lines. Oh, actually, it's technically our third test. Yeah, it's our third test. Because there was that, like, Trump tweet sell-off earlier. Have you come up with a slogan yet for GS? I was thinking, look how cool this shit is. Very good, very smart, very unique. The best. Thanks, Nick. Apparently, a lithium plant is on fire in the salad bowl of America, and residents have nosebleeds, lung burning, headache, rash, metallic mouth taste. Oh, almost like inhaling lithium fumes is toxic. Dork, if you keep forgetting to add access labels, I will throw a pork chop through your window. Gamma strike. How did you not make money? That's a good one, too. There's days like today where I literally, like, before market open, I'm like, if we open above 60.75, bulls are going to push for 6,100. And then people will have just not have calls. Or they'll be like long puts on the 6,100 test that they've held from open. It's truly bewildering sometimes when you state with 100% accuracy, and I'm not always right. I'm usually right, but there's days where like I just nail it, and people are like, "Nope, didn't make money." I logged on late. It's not a comparison. It's just if you have all the information and then it plays out exactly like that, and then secretly I've inversed Gherk for 3 years. Secretly I'm poor. I didn't think it was that big of a secret after you dropped Pigeon Whale. I need the bolometer back. Jesus fucking Christ. I wonder if we fail this bounce. Just keep dumping. Nice. What's wrong with the bolometer? Those are the days. It didn't do anything automatically. I just manually adjusted it. That was the magic of the bolometer. You did the work. We watched and learned nothing. Oh, son of a bitch. So we kind of have a shoulder now. Are we good? Sorta. Hmm. All right. Bless this community. Never change pickle jar or learn to read or practice reading comprehension. Thanks, nuns with guns. Maybe I just, instead of like talking about gamma and delta, I'll just call this the like bull, like we just have bull line, bear line. No, that doesn't work. I tried that out with the futures charts already. Are the gamma strikes linear, or you change to log? I don't know if you need log charts on an intraday, but you can't. But we could probably do that. I actually prefer log, so. Is today the day we use our membership milestones? I hope I think of a good message for it this time. Nailed it. My stepsister's stuck in the dryer. I've tried everything. There's one last thing, but it's a Hail Mary. Hmm. I like the Greeks. I think that's basic enough that people understand. Too many words, less words, best. See, that's the problem. See the opinion directly contradicting yours right below yours? Fucking Jamie Dimon's bullish on tariffs and Elon. Yeah. He's bullish on inflation. Thank you. Remember to like the stream. Thanks, dude. Anytime. Me, no can do words. Yes, you can. Shirt off, shirt off. Can we just cross this fucking flip point or what? Well, it's difficult because below that point on the 0 DTE contract, the market maker would be significantly less supportive of continued upside. Ween, peen words. Nice. See, you got the 4-letter ones and a 5-letter one there at the end. You try to show off. Gord, please make it sell so all these initial balance and opening range chads stop waggling their fingers at me today. Gross. It came together though nicely, Pop. I'm just gonna start calling you Pop. Instead of saying your full name. I just tried it out there and I like it. Maybe I'll call you Peacorn. If AGL hits $4, I'll buy a bidet. Wait, you don't have a bidet yet? How can you be part of the fucking pickle jar and not own a bidet? Popcorno. The bidet is representative of everything important in the pickle jar. Your analogy about wiping shitcoin all over the counter with paper towel is lacking. Really? Yes, clean holes are important. Even the name of the bidet is tied directly to the pickle jar. It was named for the French word to trot, which became popular in usage when French nobles would ride around on tiny horses. I think Atomic closed discovered calls. Ah, phew. That was almost scary. Was there news? No, that can't be a real word. To clean the salt off the bottom of your car, would you go down there with a dry rag and rub until you didn't see salt? No, you would get the underbody flush of the car wash and air dry. Exactly. It's shockingly, yes. That's not true. You can get bidets that have soap and like solvents in them. Water is already a great solvent. I just use a water pick. Ouch. Fuck. Can I get one that maintains my bleached hole? Probably. You could probably just put asshole bleach in your bidet. Or maybe you want to like mix it up and throw some like self tanner in there on occasion. For summertime, you know. Bidets don't work because of user error. User error? What did you do, Bert? Cold bidet is the best way to wake up. Yep. Just clench a Tide Pod. If you if you eat the Tide Pod, then it's built in. You don't need to do shit. I do everything perfectly. People are saying they don't work. They work. I see what you said. This is really boring. I've given every family member of mine a bidet for gifts. Here's how you know bidets are amazing. Once you own a bidet, and you're forced to shit somewhere where the bidet is not present, that moment is the moment where you realize that you've made the best purchase of your entire life. They don't get water everywhere. They just shoot water on your butthole. Unless you have like a convex butthole. Are we gonna dump or what? Good band name. Is the market gonna roll over tomorrow? This is mind numbing. I don't know. The only trip I never worried about was going to Japan due to all their bidets. Italy too. Italy and Spain or Portugal, they made bidets a requirement in like 1974. Convex butthole band is taken by you just now. Does anyone here have experience using a bidet with hemorrhoids? I don't know. Maybe. I'm both pro and anti. I was kicked out of the hotel. Why? Yes, I have Crohn's. Who said hemorrhoids? Dunkston? Apparently a lot of people in the pickle jar have hemorrhoids. Turn up the pressure. No more. But a bidet isn't supposed to be used by anyone but you. No, not true at all. It doesn't touch your asshole. It's not like you like rub like it like flips up and like rubs around on your butthole. It just sprays water at an angle. Some have adjustable angles. But imagine like a little man in the back of your toilet with a water gun. Right? Would you care if he sprayed your guest's butthole? No. Mine oscillates, so does mine. It's got like a little laser thing too. You can like a joystick. You can fucking move it around. When will JFresh make it so if one double clicks on the cyan or purple line, and that becomes the 0 line, then the other two are plus D or minus? Hmm. So you're gonna watch price action relative to delta? Like delta weighted price? Ew. It's a man spitting water, not using a super soaker. You've gotten a bad bidet, if that's the case. If anything, it should be like a tiny fireman with an ice hose. The stream is pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. When will JFresh learn how to fix his washer dryer? Well, he's taking it apart, so I think he didn't he fix it? Does it have a screen with the joystick? It doesn't, but they do sell ones that do. And then yes, you could play Asteroids. The laser is just a sales gimmick. No one's ever seen that movie, Bob. When is JFresh gonna add color to the charts on Gamma Strike? What colors do you want? The charts are colored. Ish. There's colors. I just had to take my inhaler. I didn't realize we're at the freaking comedy club. This is what we do on slow days. Why'd Fubo rip? Who the fuck knows? Just bounced, right? I'm so glad the logo is not pink anymore. What logo? The logo is pink. Well, it's peach. That's not an infinity. That's the Greek letter for gamma. No, it's rainbow. It is not. What fucking rainbow is that color? It's 80s? Yes. It's more than two colors, but sure. That's Miami Sunset, exactly. Or Tequila Sunrise. The blue line is the delta flip, yeah. If we go below it, the MM is no longer positive delta on the 0 DTE chain. Do you have any plutes? I don't. When the fuck was it ever pink? It was never pink. It's always been that color since I made it. It did used to have like a little blue muff in the middle, but we got rid of it. If I buy 100k of the 6100 puts, will I become richer or poorer? If you'd bought them earlier today, you'd be richer. Does that mean it's impossible to go below that line? It means that bulls are going to defend the fuck out of that line. And then it's more bearish if we go below it, but far more bearish for us to go below 6086, where gamma turns negative. Gamma's more important in the intraday than delta usually. How smart dumb is it to just scalp a few cents a day on cover calls? Fubo with 10k shares. Why does it have to be a few cents? I guess it just depends on if you care about getting a side. Mm-hmm. It's not called Delta Strike. That sounds too military. Make it, what is Delta question strike? Like the Chuck Norris film Delta Force? Sure. Yay, we broke 6090. We did, yeah. Look at that. Hot price action. Whole 70 cents down. Incredible. The stories were true. Did you see the Delta flip point drop immediately after that candle? Because they're trying to reverse it. No one's got time for that, Daniel. Ooh, that's cool to see. Yeah, it is. You gotta get really close to it, but and that's bearish. Ah, look at that shit. Kirk, I'm sold. Take my money. I can't yet. I don't have a payment portal. Last with Kirk. I have no idea what we're looking at. Let me give you my money. We'll see. And then rejected again. Hmm. Hmm. Would you buy 0 DTE puts? Oh, probably down there. You could buy them here. It's riskier though, because the potential to bounce is still really high. The drop in delta is caused by them trying to catch it with sold puts, or the MM is buying the delta. You got it. Look at you saying smart things. AGL broke the 360 resistance today. The next resistance to the upside is like 415. If it doesn't sell off too hard, then yeah, it could keep going up. Demonstrate promise to conduct random ham flower inspections to ensure clean, sanitary code. We already do. No problem, Andrew. So the MM is pushing this to fail. Well, the MM's long everything, right? So they're long the sold calls to the upside. They're long the sold puts to the downside. So I mean, their hedge is fairly balanced here, which took a while over the course of the day, but they're not really pushing anything to fail because there's not a lot of options here at the strike. Any chance it rips up? Oh yeah, it's really well supported here. I mean, it's gotta pick up some gamma to the upside, but if it got back above like 92, it could start to push. Yeah, there's just nothing at 90. There's like no options there. Like the way you said, oh yeah. Um, I mean, honestly, like, I could see it ending anywhere between like 6,100 and 69 or 6085. I think that's pretty wide open right now. It's like 240. So, mm, maybe like 102 or 6097. If I really had to narrow it down. 85, 80 is where the action is. I know where the action is, really. But I said 85. CRISPR going up. Is there a lot of covering there? I have no idea. I feel like a bit of a pump today. I don't know on the back of what. But I don't know. Charm not a bearish factor today. It is a little bit. But I have a feeling bulls will probably try to push like 6,100 again. If they can. They're selling puts right now at 95 and 6,000. Or 6,100. The amount of iron condors the pickle jar just entered, probably like 2. You mean, are you just trying to tell everyone that you got an iron condor? Hmm. What'd you get a Velcro handle for? Gherk, I'm gonna jerk your gibbets. Okay. How valid is a golden cross on the daily? Oh, I forget. It's not that it's not really a signal that gets invalidated. It's just what's the percent gain following that signal. And I can't remember. It's decent. It's like 58 or something like that percent of the time. I don't remember the exact number, but G-bits, not Jebits. Sheesh. Oh, I see. How long do gaps stay open overnight on ES? They usually don't. Another 50 bips pump overnight. A little bit harder here. We could. I guess we could gap to the upside, but I don't think we have any data tonight that's going to drive that. Have to see what industry Trump promises to pump. Are you going to tell us what straddle you get at end of day? Or is this going to be a morning update where you chastise all of us for not reading the data and listening hard enough? Sometimes one, sometimes both. Butterflies? Jelking is a primitive ritual of penis elongation performed by placing the penis between two levers and stretching it. Edging is bringing yourself to the point of climax without actually climaxing. And then gooning is the state in which you are in after edging. Yeah, it's Jelk with a Q. It's crazy that you give this information away for free. This is all in the recommended reading list. Just search for JFresh in the Discord. Is there anything you cannot converse about? Really? I'm a versatile person. Did they really not fill my butterfly? It's called being a polymath. Look into it. Oh man, the clip is kind of broken. Oh well. One time I accidentally, so hard I fainted. Which one? I'm sure it still looks like it's building out support for a move up. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. Let me look at the options data on it though. Sometimes Upstart does that and then it just dumps. Hmm. I don't. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like where Delta is on it. Yeah, it looks kind of bullish. We could push out to like 70 still. Maybe a little higher. Gamma Max is getting pretty close to spot, which is generally a good sign. I don't. Freaking lot of Gamma or Delta fell off on the 16th, though. Could be exercise stuff. Gamma's picking up a little bit. You know, I'd probably be a little bit careful with it. $61.13. Yep. Support is a little bit far away. So, like, it could slip back to, like, 62, 61 again. But maybe a breakout above, like, 67 would be a better confirm. No worries. Should constant state of goon make up for a lack of post-nut clarity? No. Pre-nut vigor and post-nut clarity are totally separate things. Pre-nut vigor is like, I'm gonna clean this house right now. But post-nut, that would just turn into, I don't care what this house looks like. You know? Post-nut cereal, those are grape nuts. Pre-nut is why anyone does anything. It's true. It drives our species, and all the other species, as a matter of fact. Medical advice: if you're whiting grape nuts, contact your doctor. I get a pre-nut for all of my marriages. As you should. Asexual species can go back to the primordial ooze. Well, I mean, isn't their prenut just completely controlled by themselves? Asexual species still have sexual reproduction. Right? So much power for one species. Quantum nut enlightenment. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I wish the market would move so we can stop talking about this stupid shit. $61.15 possible today? I would say it probably doesn't go higher than 10. If we can break 6,100 at all. I can't stop coughing. I really don't want to see a doctor. Hmm. What would a doctor do? I mean, the diagnosis is going to be you just had the flu. Charge me money and tell me to come back in 2 weeks. I can do that. Tell you to take a cough suppressant and go stand over there. Are you able to tell if these are bought or sold? What day is that? March. March 7th? I don't think they're still there. I'm not even sure those were traded today. If they were, they might have gotten closed. Why isn't the market afraid of tariff wars? It is. But the algos will just sell everything if Trump tweets anything about tariffs. So far, Trump has postponed all his decisions to tariff things. I come in here, I buy you, see you buying 60, 45 P's at open. I didn't buy those at open. I bought it yesterday at close. Speaking of which, go to a homeopathic healer, get a chiropractic adjustment. I think we're in the Gemini rising moon phase, so don't let them use anything but sage and amethyst. Smart. Give me an oh yeah real quick. There you go. Gherkin, my margin ratio is at 59.86%. Where's the MM1S end of day today? Probably 95. That's where there's no contracts. I miss Kool-Aid Man and his bots. Oh my god, me too. I don't know why tomorrow would likely to be downs. It's just gonna be hard to go up much from here. We're getting pretty close to like Gamma Max. We're about out of Delta to the upside. Things aren't super great, but I could see us getting to like 61.20 by the end of the week. As long as nothing disastrous happens. There's room. As long as Donald doesn't tariff Italian wine, I think I'm gonna be okay. You keep a bottle of Chianti on the kitchen table. Why won't you play one of the new songs? I don't know. No one asked? At Cape Canaveral, Florida for work. Any restaurant recommendations? Yeah, leave Florida. You mentioned another stream. You like to sell calls above GM on SPX. Would you consider selling them now or after this run up? It's more like a constant thing. I'm just always selling calls above Gamma Max. Sometimes the premiums are really good. Here's a cool thing. If you take a 30-day trade, and then you open a new one of those every 30 days, one closes every day. Think about that for a second. I asked 15 times yesterday and today. Yeah, but I'm not a DJ right now. And I played a song yesterday. I want to play Popcorn's song because he's here and he's not feeling too good. And I want to listen to it.
Let me tell you about a legend goes by Popcorn Trader. Father to Colonel Ever, the speculator. He shorted CERN, said gonna bring the science down, but ended up broke just fucking around in town. Far out of the money on VXX, dreaming of gains but stuck with the wrecks. Shorted Carvana, thought he'd crash and burn. Now he's cracking jokes with goats, no lessons to discern. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn Trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellison, fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with friends. Says my hot wife keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn Trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. They say, man, give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as Pop spins tales of the ride. Popcorn grins and says, son, aim for the stars, and don't forget the goats or the backyard bars. OTM plays and dreams that never end. He's got no fortune but plenty of friends. In the trade of life, he's all heart and soul, laughing through the losses, chasing every goal. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn Trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. So raise your glass to Popcorn, the fearless fool. In the game of life, he's breaking every rule. Once bet it all on a moonshine run, came back laughing, said that was fun. He's got no cash, but he's rich in stories to tell. Popcorn Trader, the legend, raising his own kind of hell.
You'd think this would be a wake-up call for me, but if anything, I'm going to double down on some regard plays. Popcorn, I would never expect anything to be a wake-up call for you. You wouldn't be you if it was. I've been on a big Piedmontese Ripasso and Appassamento kick. The long flavor profile has been amazeballs and kind of makes French wines sad to go back to. Where's the slash S, Dunkston? Where's the slash S? That probably means I'm privileged or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, that's a much better way of saying regarded. I'm too poor for this place. The pickle jar comes from all walks of life, Hugh. Some of them drink natty ice. Some of them have Barolo. Just get richer parents. To this day, I'm still jealous of people with rich parents. Like children. I'm a grown man with lots of money, and I'm jealous of rich children. Fuck them, man. Just being rich. They don't have to work. Just get shit for being alive because your mom and dad fucked. Yeah, but Dunkston, you said amazeballs unironically. That's what I did. That's what I did to make up for being a poor kid, is I just made friends with the rich kids. But then you're always like the poor kid hanging out with the rich kids. It's not like it gives you a complex or anything. But it's not exactly healthy. I'm jealous of functional families. They're not. They don't necessarily have functional families. They're just better at hiding it than your family. You go over to their house and they got all the good snacks. I know. One of my rich friends in high school had his own freezer. Fucker. What, you got a problem with drinking at work and having a psychotic episode where an autist experience an emotion? It's okay. I don't mean to brag, but I had an Izod shirt. Wow. So those Philly suburb rentals, those were your dad's first? What if you're poor and you hang out with rich people? Does it give you a complex or motivation to become rich, or both? Both. Rich families can afford therapy, so you can hide the trauma. Wait, Squamps, did they own Jones Soda? That's why you bought the freezers? Yep, of course. Are you kidding? I do have three freezers. Technically, technically it's five. Do you think Tesla 400p with 2 weeks of theta is too risky as an earnings play? Yes. I mean, it's a nice earnings gamble, but can't Tesla hit like 500 before earnings? You don't want to know what kind of gifts I got for Christmas. They're better than mine. But yours didn't have as much love, or that's what my mom told me. Why is there not a parking lot berry flavored soda? No, I didn't have to like rub it in his face. It's just for me to know. My dad was a cop. I literally had one Izod shirt. It was sarcasm. Come on. All right. You don't need love. She lied. Your mom got you a chocolate orange for Christmas, didn't she? Yeah. Like this year. I have it on my desk. Well, first you want to establish a baseline for love, hamburger helper. And then you want to measure the change in love that occurs when receiving the present. Your mom's a good woman, giving you the chocolate oranges to remind you of your poor upbringing. No, she just buys them because she thinks they're like traditional Christmas things. I don't understand why they're not orange chocolate. Did you just call your wife's family poor, Popcorn? Can you give us a lesson on your iron butterfly? Sure. I took $1 of risk with the assumption that SPX will close somewhere between 60.98 and 61.02 ish. It probably won't. I'll probably close at 60.95. But if we test 60.100, then I'll sell a 95. Have you guys never triple butterfly to the SPX? Do you even know what you're missing? No, they're upper middle class for sure. They just don't spend money on anything except the Catholic Church. Ah, tithe. You can't triple butterfly a double butterfly. Remember, they're Mexican. But there's different types of Mexicans. That's not universal. Some of them have less Catholic guilt. The butterflies are Mexican? No, 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 they migrate. Yeah, but they have a lot of guilt. No guilt if you go to confession, right? That's what I thought. If there's one thing I learned in my days in Catholic school, is that you can do anything you want. You just have to apologize to a creepy guy in a box. Okay, that's last night's straddle. And then this is what an iron, but like a triple butterfly looks like. Hold on. Triple butterflies are awesome. So do like that, and then you do sell call, sell put, do like 100, 100. Wait, you have to do 105. Oh no, wait. What the fuck? How's there no 105 put? Oh, there we go. So it looks like kind of like that. Wow. There you go. Half these people struggle to selling covered calls. Take that down. The fuck does that do? Well, if it lands, if the ending price lands in one of the green spots, you make money. If it lands in the red spot, you lose money. Kirk, my head hurts. Are they all the same width? Yeah. That just seems like fancy gambling. It is. Stock roulette? Yeah. They can be really useful if like you generally you don't want to open them like that, like where they're all equidistant. But they can be really good if you've identified like multiple places where the market could close, or you open them at various times, which is generally how you end up in them. Yeah, so like say you're trading at 60.95 and then you open one at 6,100, right? And then the market moves up and it's trading at 6,100. You could then open like a 6,105 and a 60.95. And then these would be, all equivalently profitable, right? Because you'll get more credit for the out of the money ones. Like the way Option Strat does it, you can only really look at how it would look if you opened them all at spot. But then what would happen there is, you would have this one, right? And then these would be more profitable. It's just 3 separate iron butterflies. Did we get new joiners? Have they not seen the days of your Frankenstein spreads that had guaranteed profit? That was some fun shit. You remember the centaur? The iron centaur? Yes. Nightmare. I have no idea if we're going to open higher or lower. I don't even know if we're going to close around here. Isn't that also how the toe ring was born? It was. The whole purpose of that thing was to develop option strategies that didn't have to be closed at the end of the day. Gamma flips at 6087. We're retesting the delta again here. It was really because there was no day trades left to close. Same thing, right? What's funny is my options expire worthless. There's no closing. Another reason those strategies were developed were so we didn't melt when the VIX was so low for 6 months. Yeah, boredom was a big factor. You're saving the delta and gamma flip lines for each day for historic backtesting purposes, even if just internally for you. Sure. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Come on, pull back. It's for your own health. Don't you care about health? Wait, what? Can you stop with these multi-leg strats? Puts her calls. Pickleman puts her calls. That's no fun. Look, you guys want to beat the market consistently. You've got to do shit like this. Right now, the market maker's paying you $20 to say the market will close $20 from where it is. It's exciting, right? 96% chance you just make $20 minus fees. What could go wrong? You can lose $500. But the probability of you losing $500 is extremely low. I just gotta do that 24 times without losing money. No, you need to do this 24 times to make the amount of money that you would risk doing it wrong once. Yeah, easy. No, you just have to do it 50 times today. Well, now it's 1750, so it's up back to 20. How excited are you for Japan to raise interest rates tonight? And the market doesn't react at all. You know, I'm going to make a crazy prediction, Jeff. The market isn't going to react to Japanese rate hikes tonight at all. Ooh, I know this one. Since the rate hike is just tomorrow. Yeah. Was that sarcasm? It was. The rate hike's tomorrow, man. It's not tonight. You know, after we figure out days of the week and selling puts in Canada, maybe we can discuss iron condors. Watch this rip end of day. Well, either it rips end of day or dumps. Ooh, but now the profit's better. Holy shit. We've got negative delta. It's happening. Look at the plebs excited. How does the SPX relate to edging, jelking, and gooning? Well, anytime you're watching the market, you're edging. Jelking is what you do when you've held your when you've held your out of the money puts open 3 hours longer than you initially intended to. And gooning is the enlightened state of a mind that occurs when you have long options that have gone in the money. I'll add those definitions to Urban Dictionary. Thank you. Is Goonicide holding your once profitable long options to 0? Yes. Why doesn't this have more momentum to the downside? Little support here and negative delta. Well, it's not negative gamma. And there's also no options at 90. There's I mean, like, there's very, very little interest at this strike. It's a little bit better than it was earlier, but not much. If those go in the money, or out of the money, out of the money. Well, it's mostly sold puts, so I guess we could just say in the money. If those go in the money, that'll drive more momentum, and as more and more strikes go in the money, you pick up more and more momentum. This is why, like, when you have like $10 of range, I mean, the market maker can't hedge everything all at once, right? There's a gearing mechanism that kind of occurs there alongside, speed and Vana, where like, you're picking up. Like, if you get a $10 drop, it's pretty easy to reverse it. If you get a $20 drop, you might end up getting like $5 more out of it as the rest of the hedging comes through. If you get like a $30 drop, you might just get like another $30 drop. So, the initial move can then beget further downside. So it's up to the ES sellers to sell us through here, or NQ. NQ can do it too, because the weighting's so high nowadays. Are they rescuing the Condor from this AM? They might try. That'd be fucking ugly. They've got 19 minutes though, so I doubt it. Do you still have your NVIDIA 60p? I have some of them. Yeah. I sold about half again and kept the rest. I'll buy more as it goes up. Multiple other spots I pay attention to say today's Condor is recognizable as a player known to double down when they lose, martingale style. So expect 2x those tomorrow. They say it's somebody coming in and trying to crush out the realized vol. So if their positions aren't big enough, they'll increase them, but they don't double down on them. They usually just make them bigger, like a little bit bigger. They're trying to just like stomp out the interest in the underlying. But no, they don't like to lose. And more than likely it's like a big MM who's mispriced options a bunch further out and they want to bring realized vol down. Which could also mean that somebody else is just looking to spike implied vol. But if your book is massively oversensitive to a rise in implied volatility, you're going to want to get realized vol down quickly, right? I mean, if there's like a 4-point spread between spot IV and historic IV, you're at a lot of risk for that mean reverting. The scope of large amounts that just market make versus other entities that provide liquidity alongside other strats. I get it. Is 6100 still a possibility? Sure. 1695 is still the most likely. Actually, you know what? I could open those now. I can't. I'd have to go wider. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I can sell another one, and then my risk is still the same, though. Did I actually trim my risk? Yeah, I think I do. No, I don't think it'll fill. What about 6080? I don't think so. There's still sold puts at 95 and 6100. Quite a lot of them. I mean, MM's long calls to the upside, so. I'm ready for the next stage of my career. Castle owner? For the 900th time, the BOJ decision is tomorrow, not tonight. Tonight is tomorrow in Japan. Checkmate, nerd. It's tomorrow in Japan, too. The decision is tomorrow in Japan. I want to work in a local government office and just annoy people with my incompetence. Ooh, that actually sounds fun. Are you thinking DMV or something higher up? Yeah, finally decided to start taking profit on profitable options positions. It's weird, but I'm trying to get used to it. Can you take me higher? I don't think you belong there, Ben. DMV's too on the nose. What about the Department of Records? You need to work in a department where somebody has to call in advance and create an appointment. And then they need something really specific, and then you can just give them the thing next to the thing that's specific. So they have to come back and do it all over again. Boat registration department. Oh fuck, we dumping. Dumps into close? Took all fucking day. Gamma's negative now. Are we gonna fall back below the condor? I'll ask everyone for notarized requests for the records of things. Oh yeah, and then you could be like, this isn't properly notarized. Try again. This is kind of exciting. Remember what I said earlier? It was like really bearish if we lost 90? Oh, here we go. Support at 85, maybe. There's this synthetic long at 80. There's still a shitload of sold puts at 60, 75, though. Make it stop. I'm gonna need to see this Notary Public's credentials. I'm not convinced this isn't a counterfeit. Oh. Five-minute bull pump? Ooh, the Senate Finance Chair, Crapo. I hope a full Senate confirmation vote for Treasury nominee Bessent could occur next week. Trump seeks to eliminate climate policies, raising energy costs. Trump memorandum seeks to lower housing and healthcare costs. Trump signed memorandum for emergency price relief. Wait, what? On what? Recognize critical component of the crushing cost of everyday living. Drastically lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply. Eliminate unnecessary administrative expenses and rent-seeking practices that drive up healthcare costs. Eliminate counterproductive requirements, raising the cost of home appliances. Create employment opportunities for American workers. Include drawing discouraged workers into the labor force. And eliminate harmful, coercive climate policies, driving up the cost of food and fuel. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, this does nothing. This actually doesn't do anything. It's just a bunch of statements about Trump making things cheaper than Biden. Dude really holds a grudge. Did Trump play the communist long con? Right? Fucking Republicans. Mitch McTurtle's fucking rolling over in his grave right now. I mean, spinning in circles in his coma chair. I need Poopy to weigh in. He was adamant that Kamala lost because she promised to implement grocery price controls. If you want to make groceries cheap, just close the futures markets. Damn, ES is trying to dump it to close right now. Ding ding. Alright, so we closed like a couple points above the MM's expected move for the day. Um, Not too much though. A little bit better than yesterday. So things are starting to line up a bit better. I mean, realized Vol's still going to go up, but we'll see. Decent rejection there at the end of the day on the second test of the upside trend. Support here should be at 61.13 ES. If that fails, that'll open up a retest at 60.78, which we struggled with a bit yesterday, but not too much. Dollar up for the most part today. We're starting to see yields turn around after they bottomed out following the inauguration. The 20-year still ended up moving up on the day, despite the auction not having a tail. It was a small auction with very little primary dealer interest. Commodities moved up. Not on the energy side, though. It looks mostly like precious metals and iron ore. Um, Correlation continued to drive a little bit lower. And we're actually seeing correlation get pushed a little bit harder than we did back in Jan, like early Jan. More along the lines of kind of where we were down in late December, around the time of like this quote unquote Santa rally. Leverage on the carry is still floating around about 9x on the 10-year, 7.3 on the 6-month, and 7.28 on the 3-month. Forward yield on volatility has continued to drive down, ending the day negative 10%. Bond volatility picked up a little bit yesterday. Might see it pick up a little bit more today with the bump in yields. We're not seeing correlation on the 3-month turnaround yet, but we'll probably see that a little bit before we see bond vol spike. We don't have any data coming out anytime soon that's really going to play a big role for bonds, except the Bank of Japan decision. So I wouldn't expect volatility to be too high. Skew bounced back, getting close back to that prior all-time high again. Definitely a lot of puts being sold, or at least not a lot of out of the money puts being bought right now. Kind of actually interested to see if this one comes down tonight. That would be maybe mark a top if we start to see people picking up a lot of put hedges here. 80.31% of the S&P above its 90-day moving average, and we continue to see volatility correlation between VX and cash VIX rise, now at 85%, definitely statistically relevant. And even more interesting is, despite the upside move today, we saw a rise in VX, VIX 3-month, and VIX itself. So what we might be getting here, as that correlation keeps increasing, is we might be starting to see the short vol position pull back, right? Remember, when they short vol really heavily, correlation breaks apart. When they start closing their short volatility positions, correlation picks up. And if the brief bump that we saw in the options macro of increased put selling is starting to wind off, that'll open up upside moves in volatility and downside moves in the index. Fed fund futures still 0.15-ish. That doesn't matter. 10 2-year spread picked up again today, starting to bear steepen once again, back above 30. Definitely not as high as we were about a week ago, but we are seeing the bear steepener continue. And then last but not least, I guess that doesn't matter. Let's take a look at the technicals. We got a test at the all-time high, and we actually formed a slightly newer high. But a rejection here is actually not a good thing. And we did fully reject from that test. I would like to see a breakdown in the 60-40 range to kind of confirm that. Maybe. Yeah, we almost lost that too. Maybe like 60-73. That was a pretty important prior level. Like right there. Just kind of arbitrary as a confirm. But when pushing for a new all-time high like this, you generally want it to break out, not get rejected. If it gets rejected, you get a double top, first of all, which is not bullish. And a double top here on this time frame could lead to fairly significant drawdown. So not only has the upside here been extraordinarily illiquid and gappy, but now it's rejecting off the all-time high tests. I don't like the look of this. This looks bearish as fuck. Consistent bullish returns aren't generally very gappy. They might kick off on a gap, But then like you don't usually get a lot of continued gaps to the upside, right? You get steady, consistent price improvement. This has just been one gap after another for like 5 days now. And that's an awful lot of illiquidity for everyone being bullish, right? If everyone's bullish, there should be tons of liquidity. We shouldn't be needing to gap over all of the resistances. Not fake, just realized on far less buying than it normally would be. Like, I mean, if you look at this on, if I go to a lower time frame where you can see the gaps better, like out here, this is a bit concerning, right? We basically almost every day besides yesterday, we just gap up and close flat. And even yesterday's like intraday gain wasn't very impressive. So yeah, I mean, well, you don't like this. I mean, because there's no volume traded in these ranges, right? So there's no like supports here. So if price were to fall, price can just gap right through those again. Good morning, Trash. When are they going to be done crushing vol? Well, I assume when they start buying puts, right? Nothing better than those being cheap. But you'll notice that something like this really gappy market behavior, is generally symptomatic of something like bearish, like a bearish recovery. Um, like really bearish. Hold on, I probably have to go way the fuck back to find one that's almost equivalently all over the place. Um, maybe we had a few back in like 2022. Even that filled back in on the gaps. I don't know if you guys remember this rally. I know a lot of you got burned on it. But this rally back in August of 2022, before the market fucking bombed, um, this had a lot of that kind of price action. And even this was more liquid, right? Like we'd gap up and then the next day we'd fill the gap, move up, fill, up, fill, right? This had a lot of gaps, but not nearly as many as we have right now, or nor as wide. And then maybe maybe COVID. This part, like right before the COVID crash, this was gappy as fuck. Because see, what happens is once you start filling those to the downside, you can just gap over everything, right? Because there's no trade volume in here. There's nothing being netted out. It just dumps through it. I'm gonna buy puts overnight, every night. Yeah. I mean, just be aware of the behavior is not particularly bullish. There's still confirms to the downside if you want to buy puts. I would definitely wait till we're below gamma neutral. That's the other thing is like GN on both options chains hasn't moved at all. It's just flat, despite price going up way above it. Um, it's just flat as fuck. I remember that drop. Puts were DOA the day prior. Woke up to 100x. I need more of those days. Yeah. Puts are not cheap if gaps keep gapping up for another week. No. They're not even that cheap, to be honest. I mean, even longer dated puts. Shorter dated puts aren't too expensive right now, but they're not cheap by any means. They're just slightly below average price. And then 3 months out, puts are still expensive. Ooh. Futures is kind of fucking dumping hard as fuck. Wait, where did we close? Did we close at the bottom of that? I guess futures is just still dumping. Hmm. Yeah, if futures loses 113 tonight, that's going to be a little bit bearish. Alright, anyway. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.